盐城，东方湿地之都，仙鹤神鹿世界，物华天宝，人杰地灵。这座有着光荣传统的英雄城市，在开发开放中快速崛起。悦达纺织以如船之笔，经过短短10多年的发展，已像一个巨人，巍然屹立在这个魅力四射的城市中。他成就卓越并贡献社会，造福三子，以独特的超越精神，不断书写壮丽的篇章。海纳百川，有容乃大。悦达纺织之所以拥有今天的成就，主要应归功于其雄厚的企业实力。悦达纺织成立于2003年9月，目前已形成一条完整的家纺产业链，拥有2.6万吨中高档纱线，1600万米中高档家纺面料，400万套件家纺制品，1000万件高档内衣及200万米汽车装饰面料年生产加工能力。纺纱生产线采用德国特律茨勒轻疏联、瑞士利达并条机、粗细落联自动包装系统等纺纱设备。织造生产线采用德国卡尔迈耶整经机、瑞士本宁格浆纱机、瑞士史陶比尔自动穿宗机、比利时伯纳斯电子提花机和金田居喷气织机、舒美特键杆织机等制造设备。悦达纺织秉承全产业链管控，做高品质家纺的企业使命，立足时尚、科技、绿色、环保、健康的产品理念，充分利用先进的纺织智能设备及信息化技术，大力推进悦达纺织产业机器换人工程，在生产车间自动换卷、自动落纱、自动换管、自动升头等自动化生产场景随处可见。借助 ERP 加 MES 加物联网加大数据管控一体化平台，将人、机、物、料等生产要素实现互联、互通、互动，开发利用 C2M 系统，在 M 端上持续创新，不断提高企业核心竞争力。悦达纺织能审时度势，创新不辍，旗下的棉纺公司积累形成了单染、再生涤棉、匹马棉、涡流纺纯棉和有机棉等5类特色产品。近年重点开发了保暖、凉感、抗菌、亲肤等4大类功能性新产品。家纺面料公司按照5化研发理念，即营销一体化、产品差异化、成果市场化、产品系列化和项目小组化， 快速推进1+6+N 的成品面料产品结构布局，即1个精品系列、6个特色产品系列、N 个功能性新产品系列。研究成果多次荣获中国纺织之光科技进步奖、中国专利年会金奖、中国名优精品金奖，取得有效授权专利102件，其中发明专利37件，实用新型专利54件，外观设计专利11件。近年来，悦达纺织加快推进面料供应商和品牌运营商的战略转型。2016年，悦达家纺与国际顶尖设计企业康斯坦丁集团进行合作，为悦达家纺品牌的发展注入源源不断的活力。同时，不断拓展销售渠道，线上线下齐发力，与优质客户合作开发1、2线城市，全面推进加盟模式，通过区域龙头客户带动3、4线城市加盟客户发展。目前初步形成以盐城及江苏区域直营为基础，陕西、福建、东北3个加盟运营中心的市场格局，并逐步朝着华南、华中和西南方向推进。在开拓全国的加盟网点的同时，悦达家纺紧跟网络时代潮流，寻找依托互联网和大数据的支撑，努力实现新零售与传统代理模式的有效互通。在企业不断发展壮大的同时，悦达纺织的企业文化也得到了逐渐形成了全产业链管控、做高品质家纺的企业使命，纺织美好生活，成就100年悦达的企业愿景。共商共创共享，同心同向同步的核心价值观，与同喜悦共发达的经营理念，独树一帜的企业文化，在企业内部形成争先创优的浓厚氛围。开展丰富多彩的文体及娱乐活动，让员工激情参与。站高，继往开来，渐远，不断超越。悦达纺织先后荣获中国名牌、国家免检、全国纺织行业质量奖、中国家纺家居特殊贡献奖、全国纺织行业管理创新大奖。2018年，纺织行业智能制造试点示范企业，全国纺织工业两化融合示范企业，中国纺织党建示范企业，江苏省技术创新先进企业，江苏省质量奖。通过国家实验室认证，悦达家纺品牌入选江苏省双白品牌、江苏省自主工业品牌50强、张坚杯设计金奖。成绩只是起点，悦达纺织正蓄势奔向更高的高度，全力打造涉及智能纺纱、高端面料、个性化家纺定制及产学研等多位一体的现代纺织全产业链，实现以终端产品带动现有产业协同发展。悦达纺织，纺织美好生活，成就100年悦达。 无危则安，无损则全。人类社会发展的进程中，安全永远是基本需要与诉求。时代进步，科技革新，德国莱茵 TUV 近150年的历史中，一直坚守安全、品质与责任。作为全球范围内广受认可的第三方检测、检验和认证服务机构，从缘起到发展 ，TUV 莱茵的理念与人类、环境和科技息息相关。以人为本，不仅是口号，更是行动。如何与时俱进地保护人类免受工业和社会发展所带来的负面影响，是 TUV 莱茵重要的经营课题和社会责任。不仅关注产品本身，更注重生产和服务流程中是否存在危害人类安全的现象，并通过资质认定、安全培训和标准解读，帮助人们提高安全意识。绿色、清洁、可持续，是 TUV 莱茵对我们共生世界的承诺。凭借前瞻性的视野和全球网络，打造环境友好、能源友好的可持续解决方案，帮助企业开发绿色环保产品，降低能源消耗，提升竞争力的同时，减少对环境的伤害。科技的发展改变了我们的生活，也滋生了看不见的安全隐患。TUV 莱茵以国际领先的专业检测、检验和认证服务，管控和消弭新技术带来的风险，提高产品品质，确保供应链质量，让你的企业在数字化革命中安全无虞。德国莱茵 TUV 的发展，几乎与整个人类工业史的进程相伴相生。未来蕴含在每一个当下。近150年，德国莱茵 TUV 坚实的每一步，都镌刻着专业、创新与责任的印记，让世界更安全，让未来更美好。
TÜV Rheinland
盐城，东方湿地之都，仙鹤神鹿世界，物华天宝，人杰地灵。这座有着光荣传统的英雄城市，在开发开放中快速崛起。悦达纺织以如船之笔，经过短短10多年的发展，已像一个巨人巍然屹立在这个魅力四射的城市中。它成就卓越并贡献社会，造福三子，以独特的超越精神，不断书写壮丽的篇章。海纳百川，有容乃大。悦达纺织之所以拥有今天的成就，主要应归功于其雄厚的企业实力。悦达纺织成立于2003年9月，目前已形成一条完整的家纺产业链，拥有2.6万吨中高档纱线，1600万米中高档家纺面料，400万套件家纺制品，1000万件高档内衣及200万米汽车装饰面料年生产加工能力。纺纱生产线采用德国特律茨勒轻疏帘、瑞士利达并条机、粗细落帘、自动包装系统等纺纱设备。织造生产线采用德国卡尔迈耶整经机、瑞士本宁格浆纱机、瑞士史陶比尔自动穿松机、比利时伯纳斯电子提花机和金田居喷气织机、舒美特键杆织机等制造设备。悦达纺织秉承全产业链管控，做高品质家纺的企业使命，立足时尚、科技、绿色、环保、健康的产品理念，充分利用先进的纺织智能设备及信息化技术，大力推进悦达纺织产业机器换人工程，在生产车间自动换卷、自动落纱、自动换管、自动升头等自动化生产场景随处可见。借助 ERP 加 MES 加物联网加大数据管控一体化平台，将人、机、物、料等生产要素实现互联、互通、互动。开发利用 C2M 系统，在 M 端上持续创新，不断提高企业核心竞争力。悦达纺织能审时度势，创新不辍，旗下的棉纺公司积累形成了单染、再生涤棉、匹马棉、涡流纺纯棉和有机棉等5类特色产品。近年重点开发了保暖、凉感、抗菌、亲肤等4大类功能性新产品。家纺面料公司按照5化研发理念，即营销一体化、产品差异化、成果市场化、产品系列化和项目小组化，快速推进1+6+N 的成品面料产品结构布局，即1个精品系列、6个特色产品系列、N 个功能性新产品系列。研究成果多次荣获中国纺织之光科技进步奖、中国专利年会金奖、中国名优精品金奖，取得有效授权专利102件，其中发明专利37件，使用新型专利54件，外观设计专利11件。近年来，悦达纺织加快推进面料供应商和品牌运营商的战略转型。2016年，悦达家纺与国际顶尖设计企业康斯坦丁集团进行合作，为悦达家纺品牌的发展注入源源不断的活力。同时，不断拓展销售渠道，线上线下齐发力，与优质客户合作开发1、2线城市，全面推进加盟模式，通过区域龙头客户带动3、4线城市加盟客户发展。目前初步形成以盐城及江苏区域直营为基础，陕西、福建、东北3个加盟运营中心的市场格局。 并逐步朝着华南、华中和西南方向推进。在开拓全国的加盟网点的同时，悦达家纺紧跟网络时代潮流，寻找依托互联网和大数据的支撑，努力实现新零售与传统代理模式的有效互通。在企业不断发展壮大的同时，悦达纺织的企业文化也得到了不断的丰富和发展，逐渐形成了全产业链管控、做高品质家纺的企业使命，纺织美好生活，成就100年悦达的企业愿景。共商共创共享，同心同向同步的核心价值观，与同喜悦共发达的经营理念，独树一帜的企业文化，在企业内部形成争先创优的浓厚氛围，开展丰富多彩的文体及娱乐活动，让员工激情参与。站高，去往开来，渐远，不断超越。悦达纺织先后荣获中国名牌、国家免检、全国纺织行业质量奖、中国家纺家居特殊贡献奖、全国纺织行业管理创新大奖。2018年纺织行业智能制造试点示范企业，全国纺织工业两化融合示范企业，中国纺织党建示范企业，江苏省技术创新先进企业，江苏省质量奖，通过国家实验室认证。悦达家纺品牌入选江苏省双百品牌、江苏省自主工业品牌50强，张坚杯设计金奖。成绩只是起点，悦达纺织正蓄势奔向更高的高度，全力打造涉及智能纺纱、高端面料、个性化家纺定制及产学研等多位一体的现代纺织全产业链，实现以终端产品带动现有产业协同发展。悦达纺织，纺织美好生活，成就100年悦达。
Thank you. Perfect.
My pleasure.
Excuse me, Miss Marie, are you okay now with your presentation? Sorry, you're muted.
Hello, yes. Do you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you
Yeah,
now.
perfect. You can run actually the presentation from your side on the screen, and
I think it is okay for me, but I don't know how about our speakers, the internet, the signal. I'm afraid
okay.
our speaker lose the connection.
Yeah, just play the video and her presentation while he's speaking, waiting for the cue.
And see if anyone has asked any questions. I will direct the questions to each of the speakers if they were individually asked for, or I will put it out to the panel and any of you can answer. And if you don't volunteer, I will volunteer you. And then I will thank everyone and we will close the webinar.
Sounds good. Thank you.
You're welcome. Also, like I was telling all the other speakers earlier, if you could take the time to look at the chat box, because based on the experience of the past week, the attendees have been sharing their contact details and making contact and wanting to connect with the speakers to initiate a conversation. So from time to time, do please check the chat, take down their contact details so that you can get back to them afterwards.
Okay. Sounds good.
Thank you.
You're welcome. My pleasure.
You are expecting that we finish at what time around?
So in Dubai time, it's supposed to end at 2. That's the schedule. We do have 7 speakers today, so that's more than we've had so far. And it depends on the Q&As that we have. If we have a lot, I will make sure we choose some to stay on time. Noel, do you have anything to add to that?
Nothing really, thank you.
Okay, that's about it. So it's coming up to 5 past the hour, Noel. Should we get started?
Yeah, I think we can start now. Carrie, we can proceed now.
We have about 22 attendees so far. So,
Carrie, Lucia, are we okay to proceed, please?
Yes, I think we can start conference.
All right, thank you. Okay,
starting
take it away. Take it away, Lara.
Thank you. Rock and roll.
Rock and roll.
So, a warm welcome to all at the 4th special session of the China, Middle East, and North Africa, Morocco International Trade Digital Expo, hosted by China Council for the Promotion of International Trade, CCPIT, and organized by the China Chamber of Commerce, CCOIC, taking place till the 28th of November. My name is Lara. I'm your host from MIE Events, and it's my pleasure to be with you during this conference. Before we get started, I'd like to point out that we have live interpretation in English and Chinese. Now, I would like to share my screen to show you where you can find the live interpretation on your Zoom screen if you'd like to use it during the session today. Okay, here we go. As you can see, this is your Zoom screen. On the bottom, in the right, you will find an icon that looks like the world, and it has the word interpretation written underneath it. If you tap on it, click on it, you'll get the options of English and Chinese. I would choose the English one for myself because that's the language that I know. Once again, if you look on the bottom right of your screen, you'll find an icon that looks like the world and has the word interpretation on it. Choose either English or Chinese. It's live interpretation and it's ongoing during the entire conference. All right, so I'd like to start by thanking you for being with us today, all of you from wherever you are around the world. We have an excellent lineup of speakers for you today. We start the session with a series of 10-minute talks by our guest speakers and end with a Q&A. So please make sure you ask your questions in the Q&A and we will get to them in the end. Also, speakers, as I mentioned, please remember to check in the chat during the course of this conference to see the messages and contact details our attendees leave for you there. They are eager to make contact with you in chat, so please remember to check in from time to time and also feel free to respond to them. Our special session today is about textile and clothing, and it is a great honor for me to introduce our guest speakers. Mr. Bin Abdullah Amin Khalil, Chairman of Atlas Partners Company, Morocco, who will be sharing with us the analysis of the textile market. Then we'll have Engineer Mohammed Qasim, Vice Chairman of the Board of Directors, ECAHT Chamber, and his talk is about the challenges facing the manufacturers and the role of the government to solve them. Then we have a video from Ms. Marie-Louise Bchara, Chairman of the Export Council for Ready-Made Garments, Egypt, followed by her talk about the textile industry development trend. Then we have Ms. Lamia Lahlo, Deputy Director General of the Fibrati Group, Morocco, and her talk is about the textile sector between Morocco and China. Following that, we'll have a talk from Mr. Jiang Nan, General Manager, Jiangsu Romroll Group Company Limited, China, followed by Ms. Joyce Zhu, Section Manager of TÜV Rheinland Greater China. And we will end with Mr. Nick Liu, Sales Manager, Jiangsu Ueda Home Textile Company Limited, China. These are our speakers today. A very warm welcome to all of you. Now, without further ado, I'd like to invite our first speaker. Mr. bin Abdullah Amin Khalil has been chairman of the Atlas Company in Casablanca and a member of the board of directors of the Moroccan Investment Development Agency. He is a member of the National Party Council of Istiqlal and chairman of the National Council of the General Union of Enterprises and Professions. He is an expert in economy for the Grand Casablanca region and is currently on the board of directors of the Mohammed VI Sports Champions Foundation and is its Secretary General. السيد بن عبد الله أمين خليل خبير في الاقتصاد لمنطقة الدار البيضاء الكبرى، وهو حاليا عضو في مجلس إدارة مؤسسة محمد السادس لأبطال الرياضة وهو أمينه العام. Over to you, Mr. Khalil. You have about 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. I'm happy to participate today with you to this webinar. Let's talk about the textile sector in Morocco. So the textile sector in Morocco is of strategic importance as it largely contributes to the national industry aggregate, 27% of the jobs. Therefore, it's the first industrial employer of the country. The sector employs about 200,000 people, and it contributes to the tune of 24% of Moroccan exports of goods and to the tune of 7% of industrial added value and 5% of industrial production and 5% of industrial turnover. Occupying the third place in the Moroccan industry after the agro-food and chemical industry, the textile clothing sector represents a development engine for the Moroccan economy in terms of investment, employment, exports, and socio-economic development of the kingdom in general. Morocco is the third supplier in France and the sixth in Europe. The textile clothing sector in Morocco is characterized by the existence of companies with the foreign participation, participating up to 33% in the production. Also, the predominance of exporting companies and the existence of large companies participating up to 61% in production, and the predominance of small family-run businesses that contributes up to 11% of production. 90% of the exports of textile clothing sectors go to Europe, France 38%, Spain 29%, Great Britain 17%, and Germany 6%. And 80% of our imports come from France, 22%, Spain 21%, Great Britain 18%, and Italy 7%. Morocco exports its textile and clothing products to France, Spain, Portugal, Italy, Germany, Great Britain, and also to the United States of America. With the United States of America, we have special agreements for free customs duties. 78% of Moroccan exports are concentrated in France, Great Britain, and Spain. What are the advantages of the sector? First, geographical proximity to Europe. and ease of communication between manufacturers from both shores, the country's political stability, and the secure image it enjoys abroad. Also, a mutual understanding of the habits and of working according to European quality standards and the rigor and respect for mutual commitments, and the flexible and scalable structure of the Moroccan tool, and also the availability in Morocco of a skilled and inexpensive workforce compared to neighboring countries, and a manifest complementarity of interests with Europe and particularly with France. What are the weaknesses of the textile sector in Morocco? First, undeveloped industrial equipment. Also, lack of development of finished products and creation of new collections of specific to companies, and also concentration of the sector's exports on European markets. In order to take advantage of the potential of this sector in Morocco, the state has put in place a strategy based on the development of the national market through the emergence of integrated models from production to distribution, increasing outlets in the fast fashion segments, the conquest of new market shares in denim and sportswear, and support from sourcing agents who can bring together Moroccan companies still focused on subcontracting. This strategy will make it possible to consolidate the current fabric estimated at 200,000 jobs and 9.6 billion GDP in a very competitive international market, to explore the potential for additional growth estimated at 1 billion dirhams of GDP and 32,000 new direct jobs, and installation aid up to 30% of the total amount of the investment, as well as the offer of infrastructure and services dedicated to investors within the integrated industrial platforms, PWI. The clothing textile sector opens up to the technical textile market, estimated at around 10 billion dirhams, of which 6 billion are captured by imports. About 40 companies produce textiles for technical use in several areas: packaging, protective clothing, sports articles, medical linen, and some products for agriculture. The technical textiles market has experienced annual growth of around 10% over the past 10 years, and this rate will increase with the development of the automotive industry. The new textile development market now is in the automotive textile production, and this sector is experiencing a significant development in parallel to the growth in demand from Renault, Peugeot, PSA, and other potential manufacturers to come. It's clearly clear that there is very significant potential. The Moroccan automotive industry has experienced remarkable growth over the past 10 years, a dazzling progression which is not about to stop. Therefore, Morocco has become the second producer of vehicles in Africa after South Africa, with a market share of 35%. Its performance is particularly remarkable in exports and in terms of job creation, indicators for which the sector is posting a double-digit annual growth. Almost 120,000 jobs have been created in this sector, in an average annual increase of 12.4%. Morocco is now the leading car manufacturer in North Africa and the second in the continent. Our country now establishing itself as an industrial production and export platform in the sector with a capacity of 700,000 vehicles per year. So the development of this sector and the development of the production of seats has been fostered by state incentives, by financial support following the creation in 2015 of the Industrial Investment Development Fund for support of up to 30% of the total investment amount, and the arrival of the two major French automobile operators in Morocco that has aroused the interest of several suppliers in the sector and that choose Morocco as the destination of their investments. So what are the main determinants of the decision to relocate car manufacturers and the production of seats to Morocco? It can be listed as follows: a skilled workforce with the cutting-edge technical and technological skills at competitive costs, a geographical positioning giving access to the large markets, either local or regional, and a large number of free trade agreements giving privileged access to markets and facilitating trade, and a large pool of local and multinational suppliers forming integrated ecosystem with the significant component in R&D and innovation, and allowing to move up market in the industrialization process. So the future of textile in Morocco is, I think, for myself, it's in the automotive industry. We see each year at least one or two new companies opening in Morocco and supplying the automotive industry. Thank you for your attention. I don't hear you.
Thank you.
Yes. Oh.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Khalil. This was very enlightening. So the future of the textile industry in Morocco is in the automotive industry. I also picked up on the fact that you called for more integrated models. And I find that this is something that a lot of the speakers across the industries have been calling for across the past few days, integrated models, so that there's a holistic approach to all of it. Thank you very much for that insightful presentation.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Engineer Mohammed Qasim. Before pursuing business opportunities in the private sector, Engineer Mohammed Qasim had a foreign service career for 15 years. His last post was commercial counselor in the Egyptian Embassy in Washington, D.C. from 1985 to 1989. Over the years, Qasim helped found and served as a board member in a host of companies in different industries such as textile, ICT, energy, and industrial real estate development. He served as chair for Garments Export Council from 2012 to 2017. He has also helped establish and serves on the board of different NGOs, including the board of the Federation of Egyptian Industries. Qasim is board member of Africa Cotton and Textile Federation and International Textile Manufacturers Federation. He is also chairman of Basira, the first independent public opinion research center in Egypt. Currently, he is chairman and CEO of the World Trading Company Egypt, a major textiles and apparel sourcing organization, and of Nanotech International, a total solar energy solution provider in Egypt. المهندس محمد قاسم يشغل منصب رئيس مجلس الإدارة والرئيس التنفيذي لشركة التجارة العالمية في مصر، وهي مؤسسة رئيسية للمنسوجات والملابس، وأيضا لنانوتك انترناشونال، مزود حلول الطاقة الشمسية الشاملة في مصر. Engineer Qasim, over to you. You have about 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Lara, and for this generous introduction. The next speaker is my friend and colleague, Marie. I will leave all the information about Egypt for Marie. She can handle it. I will actually concentrate on my intervention in China and Africa. China is a major driver in the global growth. It has become obviously the second largest economy in the world. However, I feel China now is trying to assert itself as a geopolitical leader in the world. And for good reason. The growth of China is unparalleled, even in this time of pandemic. While the world is GDP is going down by 4%, the China has the ability to grow even in this time of difficulties. So we feel that China had played a major role also in textile, and became for years now the largest producer and exporter of apparel and textile in general. So how can we connect both the prominence of geopolitical position of China and its leadership in the world of textile? China answered that question actually by its announced policy to go global in textile. China had reached a level of maturity in textile and also a level of advancement in other areas of economic activities that they find it very important to move from the low value added industries like textile to higher value added industries. And of course, that transition takes time. It doesn't happen overnight. And for that, China, through the China National Textile and Apparel Council, had decided to reduce its exports by 15% over the next few years. That 15% is little over $40 billion US. So it's very significant. To put things in perspective, all African countries export around 13 billion. So the only 15% that China will reduce is perhaps close to 3 times the export of Africa now. So how can we link China to Africa? My view on this goes to the President Xi Jinping initiative for the Belt and Road. The Belt and Road initiative brings repositioning China in the geopolitics of the world through a huge infrastructure projects that starts from China north to Asia, west to Europe, south to other Asian countries. And so it will eventually come through Africa. And I would like personally to see that the global drive of the Chinese textile sector take advantage of this Belt and Road initiative to move to Africa. What's this global? What's the Go Global drive? It is an alliance that the big Chinese companies had created to look for opportunities to re-establish themselves overseas. As we all know, and many of the speakers and the audience are interested in textile and probably more expert in textile than I am, we all see this industry as a migrating industry. So it goes from one place to another until that level of economic advancement goes to a certain level, then it starts to look for somewhere else to look for abundance of labor with competitive prices. So the only continent that's not developed enough is the African continent. And this is why Africa is ripe and mature to be the next frontier for the textile industry. And I am here, I represent the Africa Cotton and Textile Industries Federation as a vice chairman. And we have a plan that are putting forward to create a continental supply chain. Africa is a major producer of cotton. There is maybe about 20% or so of the world cotton is produced on Africa. And some of the best cotton in the world is produced also in Egypt, which is an African country. So by joining forces between African nations and the Chinese textile industries, I think we can create a base for prosperity on the continent of Africa. If we look at Africa, we'll see that the collective GDP is over $2 trillion. I'm sorry. African population is now close to 1.4 billion people, and the population of urban areas is about 14% of that. So the consumer spending is close to $2 trillion a year. Tomorrow, I think in the plan or the projection for the GDP 2050 is to go to $5.5 trillion, and the population will go from where it is now to 2.4 billion people. That's a huge market and a huge production power, and that with the Chinese investment in the area of textile in Africa, I think we can create a win-win situation where it is we use the Chinese expertise and the market and the manpower on the African continent to supply the whole world with good, reasonably priced products coming out of Egypt. So Africa, as I said a moment ago, is the next frontier, and would like to see some sort of partnership between the textile industry in China and the textile industry in Africa, and that's for the benefit of all African countries, North, the South, and also the sub-Saharan countries. Africa enjoys market access to Europe and to the United States. North African countries have, like Egypt, Tunis, and Morocco, have association agreement with Europe that allows them to go to Europe duty-free, and other sub-Saharan country can also access Europe through a program called Everything But Arms that allows the least developed countries to export anything except arms duty-free. Countries like Morocco has a duty-free to the United States. Egypt has the quiz program to the United States. Both countries can export to the United States duty-free. The Sub-Saharan Africa has the African Growth and Opportunity Act that allows African countries to export also duty-free to the United States. That market access that Africa enjoys for both Europe and the United States is a huge advantage because given the fact that the duties on textile items are very high, particularly in the United States, where it can reach to 30+% on CVS cheap value synthetic items. In Europe, it's about 12%. That's maybe 3-4 times the average duty on other products. So with these advantages and the collaboration between African textile and Chinese textile industries, I think we can see a very good future for everyone. I stop here, and I'll be happy to answer any question if the audience would like to address any of the points that I have raised. Thank you very much. Back to you, Lara.
Thank you, Engineer Qasim. That was also very insightful. I particularly liked your call to action. So personally, here's to the development of the African continent as the next textile frontier and to a new win-win for everyone, as you outlined. And as Engineer Qasim said, there will be a Q&A at the end. So if you have any questions, please make sure that you put them in the Q&A. And also remember, you can chat with our speakers through the chat box. You can leave your contact details there for them. Now, we move on to our next speaker. Ms. Marie-Louise Bshara was born and raised in an Egyptian textile family. She is fashion designer, partner, and vice chairman of the Textile Bshara Group industry with an invested capital of $32 million, employing 1,300 workers in the industry and 150 salesmen in the retail business. They design and manufacture 7 in-house brands under BTM and Marie-Louise and sell in 18 showrooms owned by the group. She is board member of the French-Egyptian Presidential Council, chairman of the Apparel Export Council of Egypt, general secretary and the founder of the I-Egyptian Foundation, and in January 2016 was appointed by His Excellency President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi as a board member of the National Council of Women. ماري-لوي بشارة مصممة أزياء شريكة ونائبة رئيس مجلس إدارة مجموعة بشارة لصناعة المنسوجات. Ms. Bshara's presentation will start with a video and be followed by her talk. So, over to you, Ms. Bshara. Can we please play Ms. Bshara's video? If anyone is there, please Carrie or Summer or Rebecca. Can we have Ms. Bshara's video play next, please? Her presentation starts with a video. If you can hear me, please start Ms. Bshara's video.
I think Marie also needs to unmute herself because she is muted.
Yes, but she wants to start with not her presentation, but an actual video that she wanted us to show. So does our team have access to the video? Noel? Noel?
Hi, sorry. I already instructed Lucia to play the video now.
Okay. Okay.
So Lucia, please.
So, well, it is a very nice occasion to be with you, and I hope by showing you the new developments that Egypt is leading now into the textile sector, you will have an overall idea of where we are heading to. It's we are facing a new revolution into the spinning, the weaving of the Egyptian cotton and the whole textile industry. So enjoy the movie that we're going to see now, and it will be followed by a presentation where I'll take you through the whole history. So actually, I hope you had an overview. We are starting new mega projects for the textiles in Egypt. His Excellence President Abdel Fattah Sisi has just inaugurated the first mega project of Textile City maybe a month and a half ago. I'll take you through the presentation now to give you an understanding of all the benefits for any investor to join us and to collaborate with us. Either we are welcoming the Chinese, the Moroccans, people from Dubai, and all the people with me now on board, you are welcome to join us, please. Let's start the presentation, please. Can anyone share it on the screen, please?
Noel,
do you mind
do
to
we
play
have
the presentation of Ms. Marie, please?
I'm sorry, I have seen the videos returned. I don't know if all of you have seen it properly.
Yes,
or
they
only
were
on my completely. I'm sorry. I wish to have seen it properly, right?
It's okay. I did this and I was able to see. Please.
It's fine. So next, please. Next. Anyone is hearing what I'm... Can we go to the next slide? Yes. Okay, I will talk to you about the investment climate reforms, the new investment law that has been applied lately in Egypt. This is a very nice overall idea about the general incentives. We have an exemption from tax duty, and we have exempted the land registration fees. We unified the flat customs duty rate of 2% on all the machinery and all the equipments coming into any new project. We have special incentives regarding the 7-year tax incentives, 50% of the investment cost of setting up a project in areas that are in most need of development, like I'm talking about southern of Egypt, the lands of Upper Egypt, and 30% of investment costs of projects set up in other areas. Additional incentives are given by the government as 50% refund of the land cost if the project starts within 2 years, and the free land for specific strategic projects as well. So some of those investments will enjoy even a complete free land if it's a strategic project. We'll go to the second slide, please. Second slide, please. Next. I would like to talk to you about the time required to issue new industrial licenses. We have in the IDA, the Industrial Development Agency, has grouped all the services needed to all manufacturers where the procedures have been shortened to 7 days. And the time required to issue industrial license are shortened to 30 days. And the procedures, all the procedures have been going down from 154 to 19 procedures. And all those bodies are grouped in the IDA. We go to the next, please. Next slide, please. Next.
Is there? Yes, there we go.
See the next slide.
Okay, let us present you the revamped infrastructure base and the abundance in the natural gas. Now I am proposing to you to go over the last developments done in Egypt with extra airports. Now we have reached to 21 airports in Egypt, and we have added the marine ports to 15 ports now. And with the abundance of the resources of the gas, Egypt now is even exporting gas abroad. So we have investments of more than 15 billion US dollars in the roads and in the electricity networks and in the irrigation projects all through the past 4 years. So this is what we are presenting to our new investors to come along, especially with the new revolution that we are leading to revive all the industries of the textiles in our country. Next, please. Next. Yeah. Here I am talking to you about the Suez port. We have the new Suez port that can host up till 6.6 million tons. The Sokhna port already existing since more than 10 years. Damietta port and Port Said. Those ports are our major transporters to all the continents, Egypt exporting to all the continents through those ports. Next, please. Next. The Suez Canal Investment Development Project is to leverage the key assets of the region to promote and stimulate economic developments and to create international economic and logistics hub. Talking about the area, the project actually is hosting regular industrial parks and with turnkey projects. I mean, you are to actually find ready buildings with ready electricity, with ready infrastructure, and those industrial hubs can host directly any investor to start his business in less than a few months. I will take you around the project of the Golden Triangle in Upper Egypt. It's situated between the city of Kena and Sohag along the two harbors of Safaga on the Red Sea. And it involves various sectors, including, of course, textiles, but also agriculture and tourism. The project aims to create new industrial and mining projects, and it's extended. It's over 6,000 square meters. And the Egyptian government is targeting total investments worth 16.5 billion within the 30 years after implementation. So we are giving you a future for the next 3 decades. Next, please. Here I'm showing you the investors' incentives in the East Port Said industrial zones. In this area, you can have 100% ownership by foreign investors and 0% tax on duties on all machines and equipment tools, as long as they are produced for export uses, and a competitive income tax rate on the net profit newly established by companies can benefit up to 7 years of exempted income tax. So I'm really promoting for the new East Port Said industrial zone for the textiles investors, along with the 7 years exempting income tax and the competitive tax rate on wages, salaries, and bonuses. And it's the right fit for the investors planning to enter the markets in Africa and the MENA region, or to expand their business in those markets. The project is covering an area of more than 1.6 hectares, and 1,000 factories are expected to be built. The industrial zone in East Port Said is considered as a regional exporting hub to the African continent. And the project offers rebuilt manufacturing facilities for rent. You could easily consider a plug and play. The one-stop investor service center that the project offers takes care of all the permits, the licenses needed to establish and to construct the manufacturing facility. So this is what Egypt is delivering to the world in the development of the revolutionary era for the industry development. Next, please. Next. Here we are talking about the Upper Egypt Incentives scheme. We have a free land allocation for some industrial zones, and we have 50% of the total value of investment capital will be deducted from the net value of the company's profit from the due income taxes. Actually, I have to tell you that along all the industrial development zones that we are constructing, Aswan has now the biggest solar energy provision, the Benban facility, exporting to the world the solar energy. So along the industrial zones that have been built, we have the solar energy, so you can create your green industrial company that's the most needed for the next era for the world. So all the companies and all the industries will have access to solar energy in order to become a green industry. Next, please. Egypt is hosting a vertically integration industry. We are working in the upstream from the yarn to the fabrics to the dyeing and finishing. Unfortunately, I wish the video to show you very nicely the development that has been done. We believe that our success in Egypt is to start from the yarn. So our planting the cotton is the major focus for the next 10 years with the new industrial cities, textile industrial cities that have been inaugurated. Also, the public-private sector has invested 250 million euros into revamping from the yarn to the end product till the textile product. And I must tell you that the public sector is focusing on the upstream while the private sector is focusing on the downstream. So the downstream will be the apparel, the home textiles, the accessories, and we are welcoming all companies who are working in the accessories, in maybe I'll need help in the translation. مستلزمات الإنتاج. We
the need production requirements.
All production requirements in woven interlinings, in zippers, in buttons. That is a need to develop in Egypt. We need people to invest with us in those kind of industries. The industries complementing the apparel industry. So we will go to next. The central location and the proximity to the global market. Egypt's location makes it the center of the world, gate to Africa and the Middle East. I'm presenting to you the different agreements between Egypt and the United States with an open quota, exempting all imports in the US from taxes coming from Egyptian industries, the EU, the Utah as well, the Mercosur, the COMESA, the GAFTA. So we are a real gate to all the global market. Next, please. Egypt trade agreements, the quiz. the quiz with Israel and the United States, the EU agreement, the EFTA, the Agadir Free Trade Agreement, the GAFTA with the Arab world, the Pan-Arab Free Trade Agreement, the Common Market, and Egypt and Turkey Free Agreement, Egypt-Mercosur as well. Next. Again, with the quiz protocol, this is a more comprehensive understanding. Under the QIZ, we have been exporting to the US with 980 million in 2019. We have 700 certified factories with the quiz agreement. We have 15 certified zones with the QIZ agreement, and new zones have been approved. And we have a flexibility in the Israeli component use of 8%. Next, please. We have the regional cooperation with Morocco under Agadir Agreement that gives us an opportunity to increase the market share in the European market as well. And that was signed in February 2004 between Egypt, Jordan, Morocco, and Tunisia. Those are markets of 140 million people, domestic product of nearly 200 billion. And Egypt is seeking for further cooperation with Agadir states. Egyptian textiles and apparel export under Agadir Agreement are recorded only 68 million US dollar, which is quite to develop. Next slide, please.
Ms. Bshara, sorry to interrupt you. Your time has come to an end. So if you could please wrap it up in the next minute or so.
Yes,
so
we can go to slide 15 and 18, please. Slide 15, please. Okay, here I'm talking about the public sector reform, and I wanted to show you that the first factory to be set, the world's largest textile factory, is scheduled to be completed in 2021 with 65 new buildings, as well as the Gusur boost intra-trade with African countries. We are developing an integrated logistic and transportation services as well with all African countries. And let me wrap up to tell you that Egypt is welcoming a cooperation between the Chinese government and the Chinese public and the private sector. With the new areas, we have those industrial parks that have been developed, not less than 11 industrial parks that are ready to host cooperations between China and Egypt in the textile sector. We have a new generation of young Egyptian designers. So there is a fashion new boost in Egypt. And we are reforming the Egyptian cotton to lead the cotton exports to the world. So welcome to you in our country. Welcome to Morocco to work with us. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Marie-Louise Bshara. It's actually great to see so many new initiatives developing in Egypt. So like Ms. Marie-Louise said, welcome everyone in Egypt and to Morocco, Tunisia, and the rest of Africa, like Engineer Mohammed Qasim mentioned earlier as well. May this lead to many business synergies. Our next speaker is Lamia Lahlu. Ms. Lahlu is the Deputy CEO of Fibredi Group, a fourth-generation industrial company operating in the Moroccan market since 1945. Historically, the group operated almost on the full span of the textile value chain and now concentrates its current activities and future developments on the wadding, non-woven fabrics, and technical textile segments. She joined the company in 2019 and works on business development, exploring new products and markets. Before that, Ms. Lahlou was Special Advisor to the Moroccan Ministry and Secretary of State in charge of tourism, crafts industry, air transport, and social economy. She was in charge of the strategy and investment while managing in parallel the real estate family company specialized in real estate project management and development. Previously, she has experience as a real estate fund manager and investment manager in Paris and London with insurance companies and corporate banks such as AXA Investment Managers, JP Morgan, and UBS. She managed real estate portfolios of assets with mainly hotel, office, and logistics allocation, invested in Western Europe, France, UK, Spain, Netherlands, and Portugal. لميا لحلو نائبة الرئيس التنفيذي لشركة Fibretti Group. Ms. Lahlou, over to you. You have about 10 minutes. Oh, Ms. Lahlou is on mute. Let's unmute her. There you go. You're on mute.
Yeah. Good afternoon or good morning, everyone. As I said, I'm very pleased to be here today and share some words among such a remarkable audience. I'm very delighted to try to convey, I would say, the vision, the Moroccan TNC company visions and the opportunities that could be created through deepening the cooperation between our two countries, China and Morocco. I think that Mr. Khalil gave you some minutes ago a deep and precise view about the importance of the TNC sector today in Morocco. But if I could sum up and try to highlight the main figures, the sector here in Morocco, the TNC sector gathers almost 1,600 companies today, totaling across, I would say, 30% of the national job. As he said, I mean, it contributes to almost a quarter of Morocco's exports with a value approaching $3.5 billion. But putting apart the figures, I would say that textile is in our DNA here in Morocco. We own an historical heritage of textile, and I think I'm not afraid to say that the industry has proven this past few years, I mean, his resilience and solidity despite a strong competition from other foreign countries, despite also a huge crisis that hit its principal partners, as Mr. Khalil highlighted. Spain and France still account for more than 60% approx on our exports. And of course, this unprecedented crisis that we are currently living and suffering from, that has led to the shutdown of approximately 90% of the sector during 3 or 4 months this summer. So this is precisely, I would say, this agility and the stability of this industry that have led to massive FDI this past few years from France, Portugal, Turkey, and even China, like the last important investment made by Omega company in Morocco, approaching I think $9 million in socks and lingerie facility. And this, I mean, these FDI are largely supported as it has been highlighted by our government through the industrial acceleration plan that works, I would say, on enhancing the competitiveness of our industry and support its transition from an order taker to a goods provider. And I think it's the main focus that we have to pursue today through our alliances and future partnerships, hopefully. China, as the most important international player in textile, has always been a preferred partner, an historical preferred partner for Morocco and TNC companies here. I mean, in all the stages, raw materials, semi-final, final products, equipment, even in as a technical service provider. But I think that, as Mr. Qasim said, it's time for a shift, and we have even more in Morocco to switch from, with China, we have to switch from, I would say, a pragmatic business relation to a value-add one for both sides. We have to create strong alliances between large Chinese companies and strong family SMEs or SMEs that have a solid and market share here in Morocco and in the region, and deep historical knowledge about the sector. I would say that the future alliances should focus on two main lines of action. The first one, and I think it's one of the most important, we have to create alliances on the upstream of the textile value chain, meaning spinning, weaving, finishing, and we have to integrate those segments within the local market. So it will allow us to address the national market, but also the Western African one. I mean, Mr. Qasim has highlighted all the potential of Africa, but if we just focus on the ECOWAS, Chinese companies and with Moroccan companies have potentially 350 million people to address, spread over 15 countries in the ECOWAS. And we have, secondly, to focus in the technical textile industry. And even if it has largely, I mean, it has realized a satisfactory growth these past few years, mainly on the automotive sector, as Mr. Khalil say. I think that in Morocco, in the market, it's the new segment that Morocco has not yet a deep knowledge and a strong track record in protective clothing, EPIs, geotextile, medical textile, agro-textile. So we could, as Moroccan SMEs, benefit from the Chinese company, and in parallel, you could benefit from as it has been highlighted, no duty, custom, no quotas to address the Europe and US. Potentially, again, you have, 100 people waiting to be addressed. So it's a huge market for us. Adding to that, I will just remember our advantages. Morocco has a strong stability, economical and political stability. We have a strategic position, of course, between Europe and Western Africa. We have bilateral trade agreement as Egypt with many potential markets. We have well-qualified, I would highlight the well-qualified manufacturing women resources, and not poor and costly resources. We have state-of-art infrastructure. Many companies have equipment that could be at the European standards. These alliances, I would say, will boost our local market and create new perspectives of growth for our companies. And I think that we could definitely enhance our competitiveness and improve even more the Chinese companies and the Moroccan SMEs, already strong, I would say, speed to market capabilities. So just to end, I will join Ms. Marie-Louise to say that we are more than welcome and more than happy to welcome new alliances from China, Egypt, and join our forces to create new roads to success for all the sides. So I'm really thanking the organization for holding such an event, and I will hope that it will lead to great achievement. Thank you so much. I will hand over to Ms. Fatem Zara Alawi, which is the General Director of the Moroccan Textile Association, if you have some Q&A to be addressed. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Lamia Lahlo, for this enlightening talk. And just as everyone else's call of actions, thank you for your call of action too. It seems that there are lots of incentives to develop business alliances in the textile industry in Morocco and the rest of Africa, as outlined and identified by our previous speakers. So thank you very much, Ms. Lahlo.
Thank you, Lara.
And as she mentioned, Ms. Fatem Zahra Alawi is going to take over later in the Q&A. So if you are here, Ms. Alawi, I would like to welcome you. Thank you very much for joining us in this conference. And now we move on to our next speaker. Our next speaker is Mr. Jiang Nan, General Manager of Jiangsu Romrol Group Company Limited, China. Over to you. You have about 10 minutes.
Thank you, everybody, and it's my pleasure to see here. Wait a second. Okay, I want to a short presentation for our company. We are located in China, and we are a vendor for Nike and Adidas and Puma, Louis Vuitton, and Stone Island, Moncler. We have around 4,000 employees. We are a leader for the fabric business in the chemical in China. We do around 20 years, and we have also do the garments in China. But as everybody knows that now we have the problems for the cost and the duty. When we're exporting to Europe and to the United States, we also have the price problem. So we are thinking about how to move to our industrial and our garments and our fabrics to other countries. Before, we are thinking about the Vietnam and Bangladesh and India, but it's not so attractive. So we also have interesting. And let me introduce our main product. We do a lot of sustainability items, such as biodegradable and recycle, ocean recycle. We're using the fabric coming from the bottles, the wasting item, to create a new fabric. Our main item is biodegradable fabric. Our fabric can put under the earth without organ. It can disappear within 4 years. So it's totally for sustainability. Also, our new item is renew. We can produce the fabric from the bottle. Also, we can break the fabric, break the garments to the chip again, to like a circle, not wasting new petrol, new oil. It's much better for environment to protect pollution, protect the new materials using. We have GIS certificate. It means we are a company who meet the global recycle standard. Our item is using the recycled item. We have young factory by our own self. Also, it's like a machine is spring, and weaving. And we just short presentation. And our weaving by ourselves. Now, this all the factory in China. and it's weaving factory as well. We produce all chemical fabric for jackets and cotton nylon for some pants and button. We're also dyeing by ourselves. So from young to weaving to dyeing, so everything by ourselves. We have experience for the full circle of the fabric producing. And we have very good quality control. We pass the standard for Nike inspection, Adidas inspection. As everybody knows that they are top strictly in the world for the fabric instruction. Also have our label, own label. We're testing everything by ourselves. We issue test report according to the ISO and the United States standard. And it's our product. We produce a lot for top casual, top brands like Stone Island, like Louis Vuitton. Our fabric can glow in the dark, can shining, can like reflective. It's high level in the world, like a rainbow, reflect print. It's glow in the dark. Our fabric can glow in the dark 12 hours. To ski jackets like Gore-Tex, change the color under the night. For Viking, different jacket, hydroramic can change the color when touch the water. Tailback paper, also for down jacket, high level. For raincoats, granule dyeing and printing, 3D effect print. We're using different technology to put the high quality fabric and different finishing to make the fabric have the story. It's our clients, just the basic clients. We do a lot for Europe, to United States. It's our teams. Sorry, it's family picture. 回去吧。Yeah, that's our short presentation for our company. And generally speaking, we are protective company in the world now. We are not only doing the fabric but also the garments. We really have interesting for invest South Africa and Morocco. That's why I'm joining this meeting, and I'm so glad I can join here. And thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, Nara.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Jiangnan. That was quite an exciting presentation. I love your glow-in-the-dark rainbow fabrics. I would definitely buy them from your partners for sure. And I'm also very excited to learn about your sustainable and biodegradable products. I think everybody is talking the talk, but at least you're also walking the walk. So you have used the cradle-to-cradle design model to produce products that don't have an end, but just start again from the beginning. I love that. I commend you and I applaud you.
Thank you very much.
And so we move on to our next speaker. Our next speaker is Ms. Joyce Zhu, Section Manager for TUV Rhineland Greater China. I'm sorry, am I saying your name right? Is that Ms. Joyce Zhu? Over to you. You have about 10 minutes.
Okay. OK， 大家下午好。很高兴这次能有机会参与这次线上展会，与大家分享。
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and good morning. I'm really happy to be able to join you for this online meeting and talk about our services, our certification, and the second about some standards if you try to export to Europe, and thirdly, what we can do for textile companies. Firstly, I'm going to talk about what is
certification, pretty much their local standards, and their pre-shipment inspection conducted by countries around the world to make sure that the imported products conform to local standards to protect local consumers and to prevent any possible consequences as a result of non-conforming products. As a result, there is a need for certificate of conformity, and DUV Rhineland is a leading provider of assessment. So we were entrusted by different governments to provide assessment and pre-shipment inspection and issue certificates. Here are some of the governments that have given us such entrustment, like Algeria, Botswana, Egypt, Ethiopia, and Kuwait, as well as Libya and Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and Morocco, of course. In terms of specific requirements and standards, I've listed a few of them. Kuwait, for example, doesn't have any requirements as long as you enter their market, and it's fine. As for Saudi Arabia, they require a certificate of conformity. Similarly, Morocco and Egypt require similar certificates, to be more specific. And now I'm going to brief on or detail on the specific requirements in different countries, starting by Egypt. Since 2016, Egypt entrusted us to do assessment of conformity of exports to Egypt, pretty much comprised of two parts. The first part is inspection, and the second part is about the issuance of certificate. Basically, it covers 10 different categories of products, including textile. So that's why we are relevant to you. As for how can we do it? First of all, exporters have to submit their dossier or documents for us to review, and we are going to look at their certificate, their dossier and their bills, as well as other different materials. And after we pass the dossier review, we're going to do pre-shipment inspection. If they pass all of these assessments, then our customers can get a certificate. With such certificate, they can export their products to the Egyptian market. In terms of specific requirement for the report, you have to have a report issued by qualified lab. Well, in terms of what kind of standards against which the lab will conduct testing, if there is an Egyptian standard, then you have to conform to Egyptian standards. If not, then you have to conform to international standards. For textile industry specifically, you have to do testing against the Egyptian standard before you proceed on to the next step. If you want to apply for a certificate of conformity with Egypt, you have to at first fill in a form, an application form, and then you're going to provide us with different invoices as well as the report issued by qualified lab, as I've just mentioned. And also, you have to give us other documents. After dossier review, we also provide assessment and inspection before we issue certificate. That's pretty much what we do for Egyptian market. And now I'm going to talk about Morocco. Morocco also entrusted us, the DUV Rhineland, as the agency to issue certificate of conformity. With the grace period ending in September 2020. In other words, if you want to export your products to Morocco, you have to get a certificate of conformity. In terms of the regulated products, pretty much there are two different categories. For one category, you have to be subject to pre-shipment inspection and get a certificate. Such products include oil and gas equipment, home furniture, and personal protective equipment, among other products. For the second category, these products have to be assessed in the destination market and get a certificate. Such category includes garment and automobile accessories, as well as other types of products. In terms of inspection, at the destination market, exporters have to once again submit an online application and submit with us relevant documents and invoices and warehouse receipts. That's dossier review once again. We will have specific agency to look at such documents and invoices before exporters can send their products to Morocco market. So that's pretty much the procedure. As you can see, this is an online application system. You submit an online application, and the Moroccan government is going to ask us or other agencies to do dossier review. Depending on the different types of products, dossier review will be done in different ways. And sampling might be required or not based on what type of products you want to export. After you pass the assessment, you're going to get a certificate of conformity. So that's about destination market inspection and assessment. We also have a local office in Morocco where our local colleagues will provide you with relevant services. And finally, I'm going to talk about the things in Saudi Arabia, as Saudi Arabia also require a certificate. As for agricultural products, medicines, crude oil, refurbished and second-hand products, and medical devices, they are exempt from such requirement, but textile is not exempted. So since 2016, Saudi Arabia passed a vision for 2020 all the way to 2030. As part of that vision, there is a plan to do product review and assessment, and they've issued different laws and regulations based or targeting different types of products. All products that are covered by these laws and regulations have to get a certificate of conformity. Well, it groups different products into 3 different categories: high risk, medium risk, and low risk categories. Textiles belong to the medium risk category, so you have to get a shipment COC or a certificate of conformity, as well as a product COC or product certificate of conformity. Basically, you need to have 2 COCs for product and shipment. Different products have to be subject to different procedure. All products have to, or all exporters have to submit an online application via Saudi Arabia's online application system. And the Saudi government will assign an agency, for example, DV Rhineland, to do dossier review and product review, of course, as well. If it's garment and textiles, that's a type EA product, which means medium risk products, but at the lower scale of medium risk. For such types of products, we only need to look at the documents and do sampling instead of reviewing all the products. After exporters pass such dossier review and product assessment, we are going to pass their application and we're going to issue a certificate of conformity to such customers. And after they get the COC, the product COC, they can then apply for a shipment COC. And after that, after they've obtained the 2 COCs, they can pass customs clearance. That's for adult textiles. But if it's children's textile, you have to go through type 3 procedural. For type 3 procedural, in addition to sampling and dossier review, we also have to look at the factory. In other words, we have to look at the QMS or quality management system of the factories. That's pretty much about Saudi Arabia. In terms of the report.
As for the requirement for the certificate can only be issued by the accredited ISO IEC 17025 laboratory. As for fabrics, according to their requirements stipulated in the law, there are 13 compulsory tests. These tests are for identification fibers, color fastness, determination of chemicals, etc. And our company has our own certified laboratories, so we can provide you with these kind of services. And for certificate of conformity, you have to prepare the following documents. First, you have to apply for an account, a separate account. Second, register your product information, and then send the request to us, for instance, for certified organizations like us. And why we are an ideal partner for your export. First, we have a professional team. With our rich expertise, we can provide you with various services throughout the process. And when your goods arrive at the port, we can help you with the clearance. We have local offices in many countries, provide you with on-site support. And if you need test reports and certificate, we have laboratories, and we have good contacts with other certified and accredited laboratories. So we can provide you with testing services. And our internal infrastructure can accelerate your entire preparation and export process. And last but not least, we have local staff, which will ensure that your export can arrive at the destination safely. And this is the end of my presentation. I thank the invitation of the organizers. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Ms. Joyce Zhu, for this detailed presentation about the requirements of trade in Morocco, Egypt, and Saudi Arabia, and for the services that you provide towards that. Thank you very much. We now move on to our last speaker today. This is again a reminder for you to write your questions in the Q&A as we come towards the end of the session today. Our last speaker today is Mr. Nick Liu, Sales Manager, Jiangsu Ueda Home Textile Company Limited, China. Over to you. You have about 10 minutes.
你好，主持人，能放一下我们公司的那个视频吗？
Thank you. Could you please play the promotional video of our company first?
主持人，听到吗？
Hello.
Could you
someone
hear
from
me
the team?
clearly? Could you please wait a second.
盐城，东方湿地之都，仙鹤神鹿世界，物华天宝，人杰地灵。这座有着光荣传统的英雄城市，在开发开放中快速崛起。悦达纺织以如船之笔，经过短短10多年的发展，已像一个巨人，巍然屹立在这个魅力四射的城市中。 他成就卓越并贡献社会，造福桑梓，以独特的超越精神，不断书写壮丽的篇章。海纳百川，有容乃大。悦达纺织之所以拥有今天的成就，主要应归功于其雄厚的企业实力。悦达纺织成立于2003年9月，目前已形成一条完整的家纺产业链，拥有2.6万吨中高档纱线、1600万米中高档家纺面料、400万套件家纺制片、1000万件高档内衣及200万米汽车装饰面料年生产加工能力。纺纱生产线采用德国特律茨勒轻疏帘、瑞士利达并条机、粗细落帘自动包装系统等纺纱设备。织造生产线采用德国卡尔迈耶整经机、瑞士本宁格浆纱机、瑞士史陶比尔自动穿松机、比利时伯纳斯电子提花机和金田居喷气织机、舒美特键杆织机等制造设备。悦达纺织秉承全产业链管控，做高品质家纺的企业实力，立足时尚、科技、绿色、环保、健康的产品理念，充分利用先进的纺织智能设备及信息化技术，大力推进悦达纺织产业机器换人工程，在生产车间自动换卷、自动落纱、自动换管、自动升头等自动化生产场景随处可见。借助 ERP 加 MES 加物联网加大数据管控一体化平台，将人、机、物、料等生产要素实现互联、互通、互动，开发利用 C2M 系统，在 M 端上持续创新，不断提高企业核心竞争力。悦达纺织能审时度势，创新不辍，旗下的棉纺公司积累形成了单染、再生涤棉、匹马棉、涡流纺纯棉和有机棉等5类特色产品。近年重点开发了保暖、凉感、抗菌、亲肤等4大类功能性新产品。家纺面料公司按照5化研发理念，即营销一体化、产品差异化、成果市场化、产品系列化和项目小组化，快速推进1+6+N 的成品面料产品结构布局，即1个精品系列、6个特色产品系列、N 个功能性新产品系列。研究成果多次荣获中国纺织之光科技进步奖、中国专利年会金奖、中国名优精品金奖，取得有效授权专利102件，其中发明专利37件，实用新型专利54件，外观设计专利11件。近年来，悦达纺织加快推进面料供应商和品。
首先，十分感谢中国贸都会给了我们悦达纺织这个机会。
First, it's my pleasure to be here. I thank the invitation from the organizers CCPIT and CCOIC. It's my pleasure to attend today's webinar.
为本次展会付出辛勤劳动的工作人员。
And I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the staff working for and preparing this event. And I would also like to thank the friends at home and abroad who has paid attention and contributed to the development of China's textile and clothing industry.
Jiangsu Yueda
X Corporation Limited is a subsidiary of
经过10多年的
Jiangsu
发展，
Yueda Group,
已成为一
one
家
of
集
the
研
top
发、
100
设计、
Chinese enterprises.
生产制造、
And
品牌
after
创建为一体
over a
的
decade of
产业
development,
链集
we
成
have become
综合
a
创新型企
comprehensive
业。
and innovative textile enterprise.
我们悦达纺织集
We are
团
specialized in
具有
R&D,
2.8万吨
manufacturing, and
高道
marketing.
纱线，有金属纺、
And so far,
锦地
we
纺、
have
德国流纺、
the production and
1800万米
processing,
中高档家纺
processing
面料、
capacity of
400
4
万
million
套
sets of
成品
home
套件、
textile products, 10 million pieces
1000
of
万件女
high-end
士高档内衣、
underwear,
2800万米
and
各类漂白、印花、染色面料和医用
28.8
纺织
million
品的生
meters
产加
of
工能力。
various kinds of fabrics
特别是近几
and
年来，
medical
我们悦达
textiles.
纺织
In the past
加
few
快
years,
转型
we
升级，
have
重
accelerated
点
our
围绕
transformation.
深化全球
So
高端
right
针织纱
now,
线
our business
和高端
is focused
家纺面料
on high-end
两个供应
fabric
商的
and
市场定位，
high-end home textiles.
横向适度做大棉纺产业，
And
纵向
we
打通
are also
纺织
expanding
完
our
整产业
presence
链
in
的
the yarn
发展思路，
industry.
全面
And
推动自动化生产，
we have been
加速我
promoting
们企业的
automatic
转型升级。
production so as to
我们今
achieve
天
higher
我们
quality
悦达
development.
纺织的外贸业务已经覆盖
And right now,
欧洲、
we have presence
美洲、
in
大洋洲、亚洲
Europe,
40多个国家
America,
和地区。
Oceania, and Asia.
悦达
We
纺织竭诚为
export
全世界的
our
客户
products to
提供
over
最优的
40
解决方
countries
案。
from these regions, and we
为
are
了
dedicated
我们
to
为了充分迎
providing
合
our
国外
customers
市
with
场
the
客户的
best
需求，
solutions.
今年我们悦达纺织公司
And
还
this
创立了一
year,
个子公司——悦达
we
健康科
also
技有限公司，
we
主打
founded
医
a
用纺织品
subsidiary
的生产和出口。
which
在新冠疫情
is
蔓延的同时，
specialized in the production and
我们
export
悦达纺织
of
外贸通
high-end
过调整产业结构，
textile. And
充
under
分
the
利用
impact
产业
of
的
the COVID-19
国家的政策，
pandemic, we
内
make
部降
full
本增效，
advantage, we make
在
full
今
use
年这个
of
特殊
our
时期，
own competitive
实
edge
现了
and
外
the
贸
preferential
规模
policy.
的平稳增长。
And
通
in
过
this way,
自
we
身
have achieved
过
steady
硬
growth,
的
even
产品，
with
赢得
the
了国内
severe
外客户
blow
的一致好
from
评。
the pandemic. And our
这些
product
是我
has
们
received great
公司常规做的一
reputation
些
both
产
at
品，
home and abroad.
大迪
And
花、
now I am showing
面料、
you some of the main products
范围
such
面料
as jacquard
和绣
bedding,
花面料。
embroidery bedding,
我们的外贸订单的销售额
etc.
相比较去年同期增长了
Compared
10%。
with last year,
我们
our
的外贸订单
export
的毛利
volume increased
相
by
比较去年同
10%,
期增长了30%。
and gross
我们公司现在
profit
最大的出口市场
increased
还
by
是在美国，
10% as well.
不
So
管是
the
纱线、
United States
面料
is still
还是
the
最终的成品，
biggest market for
大
our
都是
company,
出口到北美市场。
be it in yarn, fabric,
北美市
or
场约占我
finished
们全球
products.
市场的
So
70%。
the U.S. market
美国这个市
account
场，我
for
们已经深耕了
60%
18
of
年。
our total global sales, and
我们
we
在美国
entered
市
this
场
market
主要销售给客
16
户为
years
2
ago
类，
and has achieved
一类
great
就是百货类，
progress.
一类
And
是零售类。
we have
百货类
two
就是我们的
main categories of
常
customers
规品
in
种，
the United
例
States.
如我们供给希尔顿酒店、嘉年华邮轮
For instance, the
和美国
first
航
one
空。
is the goods,
零售类
white
就是
goods
我们
category. For instance,
供
we
给各大美国的
work
各大商超
with
市，
Hilton Hotel, Carnival
像
cruise ships,
Costco、
and the
DBB
second
沃尔玛、
type of customer
宜
is
家。
retail stores such
我
as
们一般
Walmart,
通过
Target,
他们的二级代
Bed
理商
Bath and
拿到他的订
Beyond.
单。
So we generally
我们现在一般跟美国客户是这样合作的：我们
cater
首
to
先
their
要通
orders
过他的
with
验
their
厂，
second tier
获得相关的验厂
distributors.
认证以后，我们才能生产他的订单。我们对客户的品质要求
We
是非常高的，
pay close attention
所以
to
客户对我
their
们的产
requirements
品
in
品质、
quality
供货及时性、生
as
产技
well
术、
as
设备
the
水平、
uh,
包装和标签
response
质量
to
都
delivery.
给予了很高的评价。
And so far,
这些是我们公司
we
做的一
have
些
built great
给各大
reputation
酒店、游轮
among
做的产
our
品，
major
像
customers.
毛
And
巾啊、浴巾啊
on
之
this
类的，
slide, you can show our major products selling
大家
to
可以看一
the
下。
hotel
规格我们
chains
是根据客户
and
要求可以指定的。
cruise chains. So
我
we
们最主
provide
要
customized
优势产品是全
products
面
to
产品，
them.
但是像
And
新型面料产品，
the
莫代尔、
most
天丝、
popular
抗菌面料，我们
products
也可以给
are
大家提供。
cotton beddings and cotton bathrobes. However, we can also
然后
adjust
餐厅桌
their
布这些东
needs
西，我们也
and
长期给
producing these
卡塔尔
products
航空、
using other kind of materials.
土耳其航空供货。
And we also provide products to many famous airlines
我们
such as Qatar.
根据我们对美国市场的一些调查， 我们感觉首先，他们北美市场对
And
客户
based
要求最
on
高的
our
就是
experience
全棉产品。
in the United
这是第一
States,
点。
we found
第二点
that
就是
the
他
US
们
retail
喜欢
market
尝试一
has
些新型
three
的产品，例如
features.
今年
First,
因为
most
这个
of the
新冠病
consumers
毒
are
嘛，
very interested
他们就比
in
较喜欢
pure
抗菌类的，
cotton products, but
所
at
以
the
说
same
他们
time, they would love to try out new products.
第三个他们就比较喜欢
Thirdly,
就是换代，就是他们的产品通常不会用太久，
American consumers
所以说他们的
are
翻单的
always
量是
ready
很大
to
的，
upgrade
所以说我们很注重
their
给客户
products.
翻单的产品品
And
质。
they the consumers
下面
frequently
是我们一些现
replace
在合作的伙伴，
their old
酒店
products
类的，
with new ones. So
像洲际
on
酒店、
this
万豪
slide,
酒店、希尔登
you
酒
can
店，
see
这都是
some
我
of
们的合作伙
our
伴。
partners. For instance, Intercontinental.
最后，预祝2020年中国、中东及北非国
In
际
the end,
贸易
I
书
would like
展
to
会
wish
取得圆满的成
today's
功。
webinar a huge
各位
success.
客户在这次
And I
展会中都有
wish
所斩获。
all of you
谢谢大家。
a fruitful experience at this expo. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Niklu, for your presentation and for that very informative video in the beginning.
Thank you.
And thank you once again to all our guest speakers today for all your insights and your calls to action. We will now move on to the Q&A. So if you haven't already done so, please ask your questions in the Q&A. Also, a request to all our speakers, our panelists, in the chat box from Mr. Francois Shi from the Sunshine Quality Control Technology Service Company Limited to please share your contact details with him there in the chat box. So a request from Francois Shi in the chat box for our speakers to share your contact details, please, in the chat box. Now we move on to your questions. For the first question, I'm going to ask Ms. Alawi, who joined us later today. Ms. Alawi, can you hear me? Are you with us? Ms. Alawi, can you hear me? Are you with us? Excellent. If you can please switch on your video, perhaps, so we can see you and hear you. Can you do that? Are you able to do that? I'm just watching Ms. Alawi's answers. She's not sure that she can, because she does not have the video icon. All right. Well, I can ask you this question and you can type your answer in the chat box if you like. And also, I will direct the question to Mr. bin Abdullah Amin Khalil. Are you still with us? Are you still with us? Our first speaker, Mr. bin Abdullah Amin Khalil. Are you still here with us? If you are, please show your video so that I can direct the next question to you. I don't think he's with us at the moment. So I will direct the question to Engineer Muhammad Qasim. Are you here still with us? Could you answer the next question that we have from our attendees? If you are.
Yes, I'm here, and I'll be happy to answer the question, but I need to know what the question is.
Absolutely. I didn't say it. I waited to have you on board first, okay. And I will ask the question now. So the question is from Zahra Ahmed. Thank you. The question is, with the current global pandemic still ongoing, how has the industry reacted to the global demand and supply for textile and clothing?
Okay. Well, that's a very timely question because we are all suffering from the pandemic. This crisis is actually different than any other crisis that we have faced, including that last one, 2007 and 2008, the financial crisis, because it affected both demand and supply. So it was we were between the rock and the hard place. Supply is disrupted, demand is not there. So we lost a lot of market and a lot of ability to continue to produce, even if we have the demand. Having said that, the reaction for most of the garment supplier in particular, and some of the fabric suppliers too, is to switch from the regular garments that we are producing to what they call PPEs, protective clothing. So we in Egypt, we have produced masks, produced gowns for medical purposes, and that was one way that we kept our factories running. But obviously this is not enough because will never compensate the actual demand for that we have lost because of the pandemic. But it partially compensated us to be able to at least pay the salaries of the workers.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you very much, Engineer Muhammad Qasim, for your reply to Zahra Ahmed's question.
By the way, I needed to correct that from the beginning. I'm not an engineer.
Sorry, that's what I got. My apologies.
It's okay. No, I know. I actually asked the lady that contacted me to correct that, but she didn't.
I see.
So, okay.
I see. Well, thank you very much, Mr. No longer engineer. Gotcha. Okay, thank you very much for your reply. I also got a reply in the chat box from Ms. Alawi. Her answer is, we see a shift in the sourcing map for closer to home sourcing. Retailers and brands are looking for more flexible suppliers in terms of MOQ and lead times. Thank you very much, Ms. Halawi, for your answer. I want to remind the speakers one more time to please go into the chat box. Some of our attendees are sharing their contact details with you, their email addresses, their phone numbers, and the companies they work with. So please do go into the chat box and check these contact details. I have one more question that I would like to put out there. So if we still have Marie-Louise Bshara with us, are you still with us?
Yes, of course, I am with you.
Fantastic. Thank you. I would like to direct my next question to you, if that's all right.
Yes, with pleasure. Sure.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next question is from Munir Ahmed. And the question is, do you foresee any import and export restrictions on textile products as economies around the world come to a standstill? That's the question.
I don't see that coming for at least the next year or year and a half or couple of years. I don't think so. I think if it is for the environment, contamination, there will be banned textiles if they are contaminating. That, yes, I am sure that most of the governments are watching what is coming into their countries. So for this, yes. But other than this, for regular textiles and regular production,
there are no banning at all. I think now the world is trying to unify efforts to grow the industries in all the countries to boost again the economies of the countries. So I don't think any restrictions will come for the time being.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. That gladdens my heart, and I'm sure is a big relief for everyone, for us here. Thank you for your answer, Ms. Marie-Louise, especially since you're in the car and driving and you're still with us. How lovely. Thank you. Thank you.
Have a lovely day. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Marie.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. While I have you here, Mr. Noel, there's a big request from Francois Shi, also identifying as, let me see, also identifying as Nancy Wei from Sunshine Inspection. They're very eager to contact the panelists today. So their question is, may I have today's speakers' contact info if we have business cooperation, negotiation in the future, how to contact them? Very, very eager question. They've asked 3 times already. Mr. Noel? Thank you.
Hello,
Mr.
sorry.
Noel?
We will gladly share those information, and I just have to collate them and provide them to. But I need a little time to prepare those, if you don't mind, and we'll share them to everybody who needs them.
Okay, so Mr. Francois Shi or Ms. Nancy Wei, because you have both of these there, we will make sure that we take down your contact details and make sure that the organizers send you the emails of our speakers. Today we have, one of our speakers has already shared his contact details from UID Textile from China, so you have that already for you there. And we'll make sure that you get the rest of them. Thank you. We also have a question from Zach Ahmed. We have a question from Zach Ahmed. I'm going to try again. Bin Abdullah Amin Khalil, are you here with us still? Bin Abdullah Amin Khalil, are you here with us still? I don't think so. So I'm going to call again for you to answer this question. Mr. Muhammad Qasim, are you up for answering another question? Are you still with us? Mr. Muhammad Qasim, are you still with us? Are you up to answering another question?
Yes, ma'am. What's the question?
Excellent. Thank you very much. This question is from Zach Ahmed. And yes. The question is, with consumer patterns changing dramatically, with more time being spent domestically, how has the industry adapted to this development?
Well, I think what he's referring to is the styling of the clothing that people are using during that lockdown. Yes. And there was a concern about the drop in the denim trousers sale yes. Because when you are locked down, you need some more comfortable clothing that yes. you don't need to wear a leather belt yes. to stay at home. So I think as factories producing garments, we follow the footsteps of the designers and yes. the brands that respond to these trends. So the trend now is more loose fitting, more relaxed, more comfortable clothing. It's, I think that's the trend, and we see that in the new orders that are coming our way. And we respond by producing what the designers come up with. So I don't see this as a problem for the industry. However, it will be a problem for certain segments that the demand on them will drop disproportionately to the drop in the demand in general. So we have seen a drop in the demand of the clothing in particular because it's a discretionary spending, and that drop in the demand will continue. However, it will be disproportionate between one item and the other. Depends on the preference of the consumer.
Yes, that actually makes a lot of sense. Actually, a lot of us are working from home, so we would like to be in more comfortable clothing. Thank you very much. Ms. Alawi, are you still online with us? I'm looking at your answer in the chat. If you are online, please let us know that you are, and I can direct the next question to you. Ms. Alawi, are you still with us? I think Ms. Alawi is not. Yes, she is. Hello, you're still here with us. If it's all right, I'd like to direct one last question to you, if that's okay, before we wrap up. Okay, wonderful. She says sure in the chat. So the question is, with more urbanization taking place in emerging markets globally, how is the industry changing its product and distribution?
Sorry, the question is for whom?
It's for Ms. Alawi, who is online with us in the chat. So she is writing it down. But Ms. Marie, if you want to answer, you can also answer.
I was just asking because I was away for 3 minutes. Just asking. Thank you.
No worries. You are very welcome as well to answer the question. Would you like me to repeat it?
No, if Mrs. Alawi will answer, that's fine. That's fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, Ms. Alawi, I will ask the question again. The question is, with more urbanization taking place in emerging markets globally, how is the industry changing its product and distribution? So as the world continues to become more and more urban, as we have more cities, how are emerging markets reacting to that in terms of what and how they're producing and distributing? That's the question. So I will let you think about it and type your answer in the chat. If there are any of our other speakers, from China, if you would also like to answer the question, I will repeat it for you. Just let me know if any of you would like to answer that question. Okay, none of our representatives from the Chinese enterprises have come forward to answer the question. Either Ms. Marie Louis or Mr. Muhammad Qasim, would you like to answer this final question?
Well, repeat the question again and I will have a shot at it.
Excellent. Thank you very much for your great spirit. The question is, with more urbanization taking place in emerging markets globally, how is the industry changing its product and distribution?
Well, I think the reason perhaps many of the panelists were shy to answer that question because the wording of the question is a bit not clear. What do you mean by organization taking place in emerging markets?
So it probably means. Sorry.
Yeah.
Please.
No, go ahead. Because I don't understand the question. What the organization the question referring to in the emerging market?
So the question is with regards to the cities growing in number globally around the world. So as more of the world becomes cities, is there a way that emerging markets are changing what they're doing in terms of how and what they're producing and how they're distributing? I believe that's the question.
Yeah. Urbanization is a trend that has been with us all along, and urbanization happens in emerging market right now a lot more than mature markets because the level of urbanization is a lot less. So it becomes a city dweller. Your needs and your style, your everything regarding clothing changes a bit from rural and agrarian areas. So that again is a question for the brands to address and see what the demands are based on that urbanization trend and try to respond to it.
Wonderful, thank you. That's an excellent answer that makes complete sense to me. Thank you very much for giving it a shot. I also have an answer from Ms. Alawi. Her answer is, the industry is adjusting to meet this change in consumer demands in terms of product types and categories. So it's a bit like what you said as well, Mr. Muhammad Qasim. And she's also saying that distribution is shifting to more modern distribution with the emergence of commercial malls and slowly away from traditional markets. Okay, that also makes sense. Thank you very much, Ms. Alawi, for contributing to our Q&A today. Okay, we are coming to the end of our session today. I once again want to thank all our speakers for being here with us today. Special thanks to those of you who stayed on to answer the questions in the Q&A. Thank you very much. And to you too as well, Ms. Marie-Louise, all the way from your car. Thank you all very much. And the rest of you, our online attendees, for joining us from around the world for this special session for textile and clothing. Now remember, we still have one more special session tomorrow for medical equipment and academic prevention. So please do join us for it. Also, we have over 1,300 high-quality Chinese exhibitors on the Global Trade Week platform, globaltradeweek.com/CCPIT. That's globaltradeweek.com/CCPIT. Please do take a look and chat with them online directly. They are there for you. We hope that you find your next business synergies there. Thank you all so very much for your time, for your expertise, for your attendance, for your questions, and for your answers. It was a pleasure to have you all here with us, and see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.